I'm almost back, sorry. I had to water the cat and I got myself a snack and then I forgot my water bottle downstairs. I'll be right back again. There we go. I'm back. Had to water the cat. Okay, look. What else do you call it when you have to refill an animal's water bowl? I have to give them water? Yeah, sure. That's long and boring. I have to water the cat? It describes exactly what you're doing. And it's funny. Also, if you played Stardew Valley, that's what everybody calls it. Because you have to use the watering can to give your animal water. You have to water our dog all the time. Yeah, thank you, Randomist, you get it. Alright. Maybe for a bit going to the grocery store? Enjoy! I mean, I guess it's a grocery store, so not much to enjoy. Have fun, I guess. Okay, let's see. I'll get the art screen up, and then I'm actually gonna close out of Atelier Ayesha because I can listen to the Mr. Izakaya soundtracks instead. And then from there, let's see, Steam, Mistia. There we go. And now I can get my art program pulled up. Alright, so you guys remember we were working on this girl. Ooh, that's loud. That's probably fine there. You guys can still hear the music, right? You'll occasionally say you hydrated your dog, but usually it's watered. There you go. You get it. So you guys remember this girl? I worked on her on stream and specifically like her coronation outfit. Now I need to actually art out the guy that she ended up with. He was described as growing out his hair vaguely enough so it invoked the imagery of a lion, and then also having a beard and being buff as hell, and basically just glorious adventurer man type thing who eventually becomes glorious adventurer king. And that's really outside of my ballpark, so I've been struggling with getting that to look even half as dignified and beautiful as it should. Ugh. But I really want to draw it because I have relapsed. My husband and I watched a couple different anime this year. Secrets of the Silent Witch, something like that. And May I Have This One Final Thing. And they both had a beautiful blonde princely man with a dignified demeanor who is incredibly, horrendously in love with his non-standard female love interest. And despite the fact that, actual personality-wise, they aren't all that similar beyond the high-level synopsis, that's all it took. That's all it took for me to be I'm still thinking about them months later after the campaign ended, and so I've just full-on relapsed. Technically, I would say it's not a bad thing for me to still be so invested in these characters, even after, the game is done. It's just, oh, I should be putting all that creative energy towards other things, and I haven't! Because I'm still stuck on them! And so the idea is I want to try and like capture that like kind of wild messy hair, but at the same time the hair texture that I gave him previously was kind of wavy. I don't know if I ever showed you. I was like so obsessed with this game at the start of the year that I made Valentine's art like months before they were even canon. That's how bad I was shipping it. Hang on. Where is it? There it is. So yeah, I made this based on some text RP that was done, and this is my girl like way before she got her redesign. And like, again, my girl is canonically autistic, she just doesn't have the words for it in setting, and so I took the me and the bad bitch I pulled by being autistic meme and based it off some text RP where she like helped him cut his hair from how it'd grown out while he was shipwrecked and gave him a really pretty style that was accidentally oops according to her tastes. Oops, you know? Didn't realize it until she was done with the haircut. He just told her like, pick what you think works, and she went, got it. And this is what resulted. And so they're both meant to like look younger here because what I'm designing is like a post 5-year time skip version when they're like, you know, at the peak of their adventuring and decide to make a kingdom with all of their adventurer friends together, so on and so forth. I'm also eating my yogurt. Oh. But like my issue is I gotta go from this to like making this somehow feel like the same guy and make it look good. And I don't normally draw bearded men. Ugh. Help me. I think the issue is that like I don't know the hair texture for wavy beards. I think that's a big one, unfortunately. Every time I try to look it up, it's like I can barely tell. Yeah, it just all looks the same to me. I hate beards! Especially when it's short, you know? Personally, you would prefer that this prince guy from the final thing didn't actually get together with her, but it worked out in the end well enough. I think it's cute. I'm a sucker for like the rage baited and the rage baiter. That type of ship dynamic. I think it's fun. As long as it's never to the point where they're actually like hurting each other with it. And they don't. Like they never get to the point where they're actually hurting each other with their relationship. Like, she makes the assumption that he planned for him to fall under the spell and like, you know, be broken out of it by her. I do not follow fully that idea. I think that's like, as soon as he realized it happened, maybe he was banking on the fact that she'd be able to break him out of it because he loved her. But I don't think he was full on planning to get broken out of it by her. Like, he couldn't have known he was gonna be under her spell originally. Like, he was probably considering it's an option that could happen, like it is an event that could happen, but again, she could still break him out of it. But I don't think he did it on purpose, you know? So yeah, this is my current struggle. I'm thinking I'm gonna ignore the beard and stuff for a little bit, even though it looks more like fucking moss on a face than anything else, and try to figure out the rest of like the body and design. But this is where my second weakness of like burly men comes in. How the fuck do muscles work? Because like you look up muscular men for a reference image, and you just get the most idealized, unrealistic things ever. And it's like, this is not how most people look. And I get it. Like, the character in question is meant to be a big, you know, a strong hero. Like, you know, you can have the unrealistic body types, but for me, I always get hung up on that. It's probably the autism speaking. Yeah, there's no way he planned to get charmed. He has way too much dignity and self-respect to intentionally get charmed by the antagonist. Yeah, exactly, exactly. Let me see if there's like any reference image I could. No, it's all bullshit. Oh well, I guess I could just choose something that's not like obscenely over muscular and dry, and just go from there and kind of fill things in. Okay. So we're doing the 3/4 angle, which means his shoulders are already way too small. I think we're gonna have to go for something like this. If we wanted to be like the broad-shouldered, you know, heroic manly type. And I can fix that by filling things in as needed. It would be like the I don't know what you call it. There's like a part of your neck that stretches down to your actual collarbone and stuff like that. That's very important to make your shoulders look right. So that would go to about here, and then it's like, yeah, it would be somewhere with like a shoulder there. And I guess you would see like more of the back of it here. Like it wouldn't be that low. It could probably be something like this. Yeah, this girl here is intentionally very slight. She's like, I dumped strength on her and gave her high dex. And technically she's got a decent con too, from what I remember correctly, but like, I dumped strength on her, so she's very tall, thin, lithe, she's 6'0". I don't know if I drew her properly to show that, but she is 6'0". This girl is tall and thin and light and bird-like. And then he, I believe, is just barely shorter at like 5'11". Because he's the Hylians in setting are usually shown to be like regular human height, as far as I know, for The Legend of Zelda. So he's still meant to be like pretty tall and wide, but she got one up on him by being part of like a tall bird person race. You like how, while being literally mind-controlled, he still thought she was a completely terrible person. I think it also, like, goes a great way to show, like, because he was treating the way he spoke to her the exact same way he spoke to Scarlet, in terms of, like, oh, yeah, I'm going to say things that sound like insults to you. It lets you know that his feelings for Scarlet are genuine. You know, you think he's just messing with her because he says things like, haha, you beat people up, you're so violent. But no, these generally are the things that he loves about her. That granola's good. My husband's aunt gave everybody a bit of granola at the start of the holiday party. And I told him, like, oh yeah, thanks, we'll eat it. But no, it's really good with yogurt. Goddamn. Okay, so here's where I bullshit everything. With like muscle there, basically. And then there's like usually something like that. Muscle there. God, this is all gonna look really awkwardly shaped. I'm just doing what I can, okay? I need to put something down and then I can resize it later. I might just resize it now because like it looks bad even to me. Shoot. Oh, that's better.
At the start of the series, you jokingly had the idea that Scarlet and Tetanetsa would have a sort of enemies to lovers thing, that she had her actual first appearance. That joking concept died an immediate death.
Agreed.
I do think it's kind of sad how one-note Tetanetsa is, because it's such an interesting concept to be a regular person who was isekai'd by a jealous god, and then like just kind of fully play into the whole like, oh yeah, I'm the vehicle, the agent of the goddess of love. Now I get to be the protagonist. Now I get to be the one who's loved. That sort of thing. But it felt so flat and hollow. I don't know. Something about it didn't quite land for me. I'd have to spend more time thinking on it.
I need to give him more of a chest, because if there's anything I know about people who like muscles is that they like beefy chests. Like that. Man, why are pectorals so weird? The armpit would be under there somewhere. That's probably right. The issue of drawing beefy muscles is that they look a little bit like boobs. If you don't know what you're doing, and I don't know what I'm doing. I'm gonna have to resize him again. I'm gonna have to resize everything. That's fine. Let's just get basics down. Like, if we were to do something like this. Flesh out more of the body from there. Men do have a waist, just not like the snatched waist that we often give women. But women often don't have the snatched waist that we give them. So like, what do I know?
Tad unfortunate because there could be a lot more they could have done there. We feel like it's better that it happened to the main antagonist instead of one of the other characters who have a more complicated dynamic. That's so right, yeah. I do like the cast of characters that got fleshed out. I think a lot of them have a lot of like fun, interesting traits. I don't like the syscon thing for the elf guy, but like other than that, I feel like everybody is pretty solid, all things considered, for the main cast. They spend a lot less time with Nanaka as time goes on, which is unfortunate, because, like, is the first guy who gets helped out by Scarlet, and I think the moveset is really cool, being able to transform into an animal and stuff, but, it's fine. Ultimately, everything gets solved by punching. That's the joke of the show, so even though there's a lot of room to have, like, a lot of intricate moving parts, they're ultimately not going to do that. Because they have to go for the joke of you punch things to win. Alright, so then I think what I want to do is... I don't want to have him pose the same as her, but I did have him do a 3/4 view right now. So I think we can do the dignified, like, sword in front of you look, potentially. Now, I'm gonna use another layer, and then, like, turn this down, and then turn this down. Okay, so what we could do in terms of posing is, like... how do I convey this? 3/4 view, we could have, like, the sword, like, up here. Like that, except that he doesn't use a two-hander. It's a one-hander because he uses a shield with it. So, like that, and, like, we have the overhand here, holding on to it. I don't really like that in theory. So instead, what we could do is the more kind of like knightly pose of like, we've got the blade handle like about here. Well, it'd have to be maybe about here, like lower down. And then you can have like the relaxed arms, like gripping. I say not relaxed, but like arms kind of gripping the handle. You know? I think I'd probably do the best one. Like the best one, second one, there you go. I was looking over at chat for half a second and I saw best and I combined it together. Strength is better than charisma, telling you can't be problems if they're dead. No! What if I like using my charisma stat? Thank you very much. I talk too much to not use my charisma stat. Best way to solve a problem is to punch it away. I mean, in some shows, yes. Better for 10 minutes to just be a bitch instead of devoting more time to her and then fall flat on the main ship. Or, Sonia's thing about the being a saint. Yeah, I agree. It's just one of those things where, like, when I enjoy something, oftentimes my first instinct is like, how can I get more out of it? And I obsess over it. And so in this case, it's less that I'm obsessing over it and going, aw, man, just a few tweaks. This could have been like an 8 out of 10 would go to like a 9 or 10 out of 10, you know? So yeah, we're gonna go with this, I think. Yeah, whenever I do say something like that, where it's like, oh yeah, if only this show could have done X, Y, Z, oftentimes it is not a sign of like, I'm having a bad time. It is actually a sign that I'm having a good time, and I'm seeing all the ways like, oh shit, with just a little tweak here and there, this could have been crazy, this would have been awesome. It's because I'm actively enjoying it that I'm still thinking about the narrative and like, oh, how could that be done differently? Or like, oh, I don't like how they treated this character. I think they fell flat on the theming here, that sort of thing. It's because I'm engaging with it that I end up having those comments. So if that's the case, I think I probably want to like put the legs spread out. Kind of like hers, fuck. Let's rough out where the sword should be. If it is a single-handed sword... Single-handed. If it is just a regular broadsword, then I think it'd be roughly about, like, here. If we assume, like, this will be, like, we'll use this as, like, the furthest point of the foot. Eventually, his body will line up where the furthest point of the foot is exactly where hers is. That's why I have her here. So that way I don't draw things completely out of scale, you know? I think with that in mind, I should probably do another round of shrinkage. Okay. The torso is probably a little short. At least right now is my thought, because if this is meant to be the waist... Where would the hips be? I think it'd be like somewhere around here would be like the crotch area, probably. Is there like a reference I can find for like a knight posing with a sword? A sword in front. Yes, but from not the right angle. Funnily enough, Saber Fate Stay Night does this all the time. That's like the key pose that I think of with her. But but it's still a bit of a too large sword. I did find something. It's called a parade rest pose. So it's even like lower down actually. It's basically like where your hands would be normally when you hold your hands like in front of your lap, is where they should be with a one-handed sword. Good to know. Okay, so then this actually might roughly do it. I don't want to design a sword for him, so I'm probably just gonna bullshit a scabbard instead of making it drawn. Because you're technically supposed to do this with the sword and the scabbard, or otherwise what you're putting your sword tip into the ground, where it's gonna get fucked up by rocks, and who knows what else is in the ground. You should not be pointing your drawn blade into the ground. That sword tip will no longer be stabbing. Not without some good sharpening, that is. Alright, how do you draw men's asses? I really don't know. Alright, and so the regular parade rest is a closed leg stance? Yes. Yes, it is. I'm gonna do like a kind of like open leg stance instead, I've decided, because I think that feels a little bit more dynamic and cool, and she's already got some dynamic and cool stuff going on with her feathers, so it'd be lame if he doesn't have some sort of dynamic posing going on. So let's find out. Let's find out if I can make this work. Alright, rough knee here somewhere. Rough knee here somewhere. Okay, so we're definitely gonna have to shrink everything down again because I'm going way past the established height limit. Maybe actually I just make her bigger. Yoink. Stretch her up a little bit. Yoink. There we go. And then from there, I need to get back onto my layer. Wrong layer. And then if I just, like, take his head away. Shoop. Oh no. Okay. If I take his head away and I compare it here... I think that's roughly about actually still the right size for the head. So I think that means I just need to do a little bit of like... Shoop. Whoop. You know what? I won't include the head in that. What I will do is the body. Okay, and then this arm will probably have to come in a little bit as well. Okay, that's roughly looking more proportional to the other art. Like, you're definitely gonna be able to tell that they were drawn at different times. Regardless, fuck it, we're going anyway. This is self-indulgent, me figuring out timeskip design, so eventually I can draw them existing in the same space. Yippee. I have relapsed! I think the thing that keeps on, like, capturing me about them is just they're so fucking sweet and cute. Because, like, again, my girl canonically has autism, and so it's been a thing where, you know, if you have any sort of, like, neurodivergency in your life, there is a sort of, like, ostracization that you feel, where you're always kind of different, not included from things, and you don't feel understood. And so I played that with her to great effect with her party members. because there was a lot of miscommunication that happened early on. And then this guy joined the party, and he just kind of immediately put in all of the effort to understand her and like accommodate her and help her figure out what she wants to say for things, and often took her side in conversations. Like, it was just big to have that for her character. And the fact that like they would then go on to spend years adventuring together, it just means in my head that they would be really good because they could continue that ability to communicate. And she, by the end of the game, was like realizing she needs to be putting in like more effort on her end and like figuring out like she can't just think about it from her own perspective. She has to think about it from other people's too, and like getting out of her own head and like trying to understand people. Like just all around cool, good, fun stuff, which is great for like character development, but also like people who could do that too a lot of the time. And just the gentleness of it all, the like being willing to accommodate and be sweet, it kills me. It kills me. Woohoo! Relapse! No! Relapse! No! This means I'm not putting that energy towards the games I'm currently in. Granted, I think I'm justified because, I should change my category. Alright, I'm no longer playing Atelier Ayesha. Swapping to art after finishing Atelier Ayesha. Task DX. Alright, now let's updated. I've been sitting here drawing for like 30 minutes or something, and I just now remembered to update it. Teehee. But yeah, all of the other games that I'm in have been on hiatus for like basically the entire month of December. I joined a Saturday game and I got like 2 sessions out of it before like we had to just pause because, you know, people weren't gonna be around. And then my Thursday game is 2 bi-weekly games that swap with each other, but the DM got dental work done, and like thank goodness he got dental work done because it sounds like his mouth was getting real fucked up and he was in pain, and so thank goodness he did it. But that meant he's been, you know, on break from DMing because he's been recovering from his dental procedure in large amounts of pain, and, you know, he's been suffering from a lisp and stuff, and, you know, just all around not fun times. And so that means, other than the one game that I'm in that my husband is running, which is the Pokemon game I've told you guys about, I've got nothing. So I think that's part of the reason why I'm relapsing, is because even with text RP being done in one of my other games, like, that's just not enough for me. Because the text RP responses are slow, you know? I'm the type of person where I try to make sure that I get at least one response in a day, but sometimes I'll forget. But I've been really making an effort for like these text RP scenes that are happening in the break time for my Thursday game. I've been really putting in the effort to respond like same day, if not multiple times a day, so that way they can tell like I'm engaged, I'm interested, please keep RPing with me. But oftentimes there'll be like days between responses. Because, you know, it's the holiday season. People are busy. I'm not gonna go pinging them when it's been a day or two. But, I am in my tabletop withdrawal phase other than the Pokemon game. The Pokemon game is saving me. My girl, poor thing, she's a doomed lesbian in terms of, like, with the girl that she's with. It's the 2-player characters. The cute sunshine heroic girl who's like your average Pokemon protagonist from a different region, and then my girl is the street rat urchin who's lived a rough life but has a heart of gold and wants to do better. And so, you know, we've been given the plot of like, there's shadow Pokemon in the Ori region, you need to go stop it. And it's like, cool, awesome, we're doing that right now. But because, you know, she's fucking gay, you know, she sees the cute girl from another region and is like, oh wow, she's cute, I kind of like her. But every single time she's done anything remotely, like, romantic, potentially coded, the other girl's just been like, huh, neat! And just, like, dumb as bricks, not dumb, dense as bricks, like, haha, I don't know what you're talking about type thing. So she's been, like, so horribly friend-zoned, but, like, she hasn't even worked up the courage to be like, I actually like her beyond just, like, a friend thing. She just got to the point of, like, oh, yeah, we can be friends. I don't really have friends. That sort of thing, you know? So it's just like, ooh, she's got such a big crush and she can't do anything with it, and it's great. But at the same time, if I want to have my cake and eat it too, of like a romantic ship that actually sails, look at this! The guy that my girl will go on to rule a kingdom with. Wow, I love them. Hang on, that's the hair? Yeah. So I'm just gonna rough out arm locations. So we got like the shoulder joint here, and then it would be about here, because that's where the waist is. And so then if we're going forward, there's gonna be a bit of foreshortening on this arm, and I fucking hate that for myself. Why did I do this? So it'd be like elbow there. That's a little low for the elbow where the waist is. It'd be like here, I think. So like that maybe, and then hand, like we've got like the first part of it here, and then joints of the fingers would go like here, probably. And I think I would rather, I don't want the hands around the hilt. I think I would rather have them resting on like the scabbard? Not the scabbard. Is it the guard? This specifically, this here, that's the guard of a blade, right? I think I'd rather having them rest like around the guard. Maybe? Because if I was doing sword and then it's like the rounded guard there, and then how do I get the hand to wrap around that? It'd be like that. That does work. And if it's a one-handed sword, like a broadsword, then I don't think you could fit both hands around the hilt like that. So you'd have to have like one on top. I know these look like scribbles to everyone else, but I promise they mean something to me. So you'd have like the fingers about there. And like that would be like the wrist there. Okay, I might do that. I might do that. I'm going to erase what I already have here then. And just see if I can get away with shifting this here. Like that, maybe? Which means that, like, the wrist would be about, like, here-ish. Oh, I don't like how that looks. I don't like how that looks. Fuck hands, my dude. Fuck hands. It's the arms not lighting up. It's not the hand's fault, actually. Something like that. And then it'd be like one hand up here, and then shoop. It'd be like the thumb peeks out from here. Do you guys see my vision now that I've cleaned up my lines a little bit more? I promise the scribbles mean something to me every time I put down a pixel. Ugh. It's just the way of being an artist. Like, you have an image in your head and you're trying so fucking hard to, like, put it down and make it so it's legible. Maybe the elbow wouldn't be out that far, actually. If the blade is in front, the elbow would be forward. It'd be something like this, actually. you need like a solid elbow there. The elbow is still a little low for where it should be, honestly. So I think we'd have to do like a scrunch. Fuck, that red line went over the hair. Oh, I am a fool. I wasn't paying attention. I'll fix it later. And you wouldn't be able to see like the back half of that arm at all. You would just see like X. And then how do you draw like a that? It'd be like that maybe? How do muscles work? I don't fucking know. That's good enough for now. Those biceps seem so short, but I know muscles technically can like do that illusion in real life too, where it seems like it's a short arm because it's so wide. So I don't know if it's just I'm fucking up or not, you know? I think maybe I have to move this a little back. Because like the wrist, that's there, shoulder there. Like that is pretty much proportional. If the wrist is like right there. Okay. So I just need to make it more obvious that that's the wrist. How do I do that? I don't know. You guys have seen me do plenty of art, but you've never seen me do art like this. Falls over and dies. And then, like, the hilt needs to be a straight line, so I'm just gonna shoop, shoop. Bad news, even with a straight line tool, I can't draw a straight line! Okay, that's probably as good as this like redlining is going to get. I'm just going to follow that. Oh yes, the rare performative death style of art. Exactly, that's what I am. I'm just a fool who tries to make a statement by tackling things far beyond my expertise. Well, I mean, what else could you consider performative death? What happened? I feel like something changed about the coloring, and I don't know what. Why did you suddenly go? Oh, what the hell? Because, like, your lines aren't changing. Huh. Maybe I fucked up. I chose the wrong color at some point. Whatever, it's fine. I'm considered a weakling's art. You gotta do something good like bodybuilding. Ah, yes. You more of your strength agenda. Shaking my head. Look, I don't care what you say. I will always be a dex lover and a charisma lover. You will take my rogues and my sorcerers, my cold, dead hands. The only things that you speak are the guns of Jell the traitor. Oh my god. No, when you guys have last played Tabletop, like, what was the class that you guys played? There's you who did a strength dex charisma build once? Oh god damn. That's mad as fuck. You gotta respect it. Oh, the elbows are misaligned. Fuck. I just realized that. Okay. Maybe we go to about here then? Does Baldur's Gate 3 count? Because if not, it was a fighter. I would count Baldur's Gate 3. It's close enough to Tabletop for a lot of people. Right now, I can't count my Pokemon game because like they don't use like proper classes. It's using a bunch of like Pokemon homebrew for 5e. But in my Thursday game I'm playing, in one game it's a sorcerer, in another game it's a warlock fighter mix, but mostly warlock. And then in my Saturday game it is a alternate ranger class made by somebody who saw that ranger desperately needed buffs and took it upon themselves to provide them. This girl was a rogue paladin mix by the end of the game, because the paladin levels were gifted to her as part of the plot, since she was following in the footsteps of a different hero who took those paladin levels. Yeah, the elbows still look short, my god. Okay, so how about we do something like this instead, and we just like ignore my guidelines for a little bit, which is going to make this look infinitely worse. Okay, that's not as bad actually. Right now he's almost hitting the, you know, you had to do it to impose, but don't forget about that. Last TTRPG you played was the excellent D&D campaign you were in, where you played a vaguely Solaire-themed fighter. Cool, cool. Non-Baldur's Gate 3 was Warlock for some one-shot you did. Ah, makes sense, makes sense. I assume you went like Pact of the Blade or something? Or did you actually go a Blaster Warlock? Okay, the arm is looking real awkward. Woe is me. Deciding to do a 3/4 view with the hands in front and then not being able to pull it off because this is beyond my technical skill. Charisma build mostly, but gets with Blaster. Yeah, that makes sense. If you're going Charisma build, then you're investing in your Eldritch Blast and stuff like that. Ooh, I popped my jaw in a very unpleasant way just now. I'm chewing my oats and my yogurt. Oh, that hurt. Oh, I don't know if you guys heard that, but it didn't feel good. Ow. It'll never be the same. I sure hope it's the same after this. You intended them to be a Solar XP, but didn't really come through until the final character. Ah, okay. It didn't do enough, praise the sunning. I see. I should hold a funeral in my honor. No, no, I'm not dead yet. I'm still here. I can still chew. Alright, I think those arms are close enough to good right now where I can just say, fuck it, we ball. I'm gonna pop this back up to full opacity and then erase like most of these lines. Okay, good enough for now. Now we focus on the hands. Oh, these ugly ass hands. He did kick the ass of a variety of menacing things despite being a mostly normal person, though. Okay, okay, that's good. That's part of the fantasy. Solaire's, as far as I remember from my circumstantial knowledge about Dark Souls lore, Solaire's just some guy. He believes in doing good by the sun god, and then gets led horribly astray. Rip the most unfortunate lady, may she rest in the embracing bosom of many a cute girl, 2022 to 2025. You know what? If I die, put that on my tombstone. Even in death, I would like it to be known that I love cute girls. And if it means a cute girl decides to take pity on me and welcome me into her bosom, then you know what? Worth it. Don't worry, guys. My husband knows I like cute girls. Hey, we're confident in our marriage. Don't you worry. I need to convey knuckles, and that's really hard. Ah! Something like that. It sure fucking hopes. Yeah, it would suck if I went through all that stress to get married and only to be like, actually, am I gay? I do always wonder, like, what people think of when they hear that I'm married to a man, but, like, all of my favorite characters are fictional women and stuff. Like, do they think I'm just playing up a bit or something? Cause nah, man. I am genuine about this. I love women. I feel like there's too much arm. This does not work the way I wanted it to work. I feel like the knuckles would actually be like about there, so the issue is with the perspective that I chose. I'm getting all mixed up. This hurts. Okay, this is gonna fuck up some of what I've already drawn, but what if I change plans? again, and the sword isn't like directly in front, but it's like held out in front, kind of like in the saber pose, you know? What if I just steal the saber pose? What if I just do that? Have you considered? Have you considered what if I do that? I think that might work pretty well. Which is why I went with fighter for the class because it had the best vibes. Agreed, agreed. I feel like there's a lot of characters where, like, even though they do a lot of cool martial feats, like, ultimately, you're still a fighter. There's nothing wrong with being a fighter. As long as you don't pick champion fighter, there's a lot of cool things you can do with being a fighter. Embrace it. Don't lie to yourself. Alright, so the saber pose is more like arms outstretched in front, so there is like a concerted effort where I'm gonna have to like rotate the upper arm. Good to know. So for now, I'm actually gonna just like separate you out from there, and then grab you and separate you out. Okay, now that those are separated from each other, I can move you like up over here. Cool, saving the parts. And now we can get some rotation going. Save the arms for later. Yup. Make a nice soup. It's like when you cut open a chicken and you're sectioning out all the different parts to use for different food that you're gonna make. This is like the wings. He may not be a bird person, but that's where her wings go, so I'm just sectioning out the wings. And then from there, I can pull you back in. Apparently the arms do not contain a whole lot of meat. Oh, not normally, maybe, but look at this man. He's meant to be beefy. Look at that. Those are some wide biceps. You want to eat a body part for caloric intake? Go for the leg. Yeah, I think most things have more developed legs because they're walking on them, right? Alright, there you go. Now I've restitched the arms back together. And you know, with some adjustments, it'll look like they were always meant to be like that. Hoo 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 hoo! Something like a pig or a cow, you want the midsection. Oh, that's true. That's true. They, for some reason, have really knobby legs. It's the same thing with, like, horses, too, right? And isn't that part of the reason why, like, if a horse breaks their leg, they basically just can't exist anymore because they're so heavy in like the midsection and stuff that when the leg breaks, if it doesn't heal, they're done for. Something to do with the muscle fibers in the legs not letting them set properly too. Oh, I see. god, that must suck. Imagine being a type of creature where, like, you break your leg once and you're done for. And you don't even know it. To be fair, most non-domestic animals are like that. I mean, is that true? Because, like, birds, if they break a leg, they're fine. If they break a wing, they're done for. But if they break a leg, then in theory they can still try to survive. You're right, a tiger with a broken tooth would be really bad. I was thinking just in terms of, like, the legs and stuff. But you're right, a lot of them do have, like, a core feature that if it broke, they would just be dead in the water. Oh my god, have you guys seen? There are toucans that have had, like, part of their beaks broken off, but they can still survive. I think the ones I've seen have been in captivity only. But, like, a toucan can miss so much of its beak. Don't look it up unless you're sure you want to see it, like a broken beak like that. It is pretty gruesome. I underestimated that granola that we were given by my husband's aunt. That was good granola. I feel like I'm having a hard time conveying that, like, there's, like, muscle on this arm here, so I gotta, like, figure out something. I don't know, man. I don't like drawing muscle. I feel like so many times they're just, like, bulgy and veiny and gross, and I don't like them. I think in general, I don't like a lot of, like, what makes the aesthetic appeal of burly men. Like, I'm not a huge fan of beards or muscles. I think I prefer in general more, like, slight figures. So that's why it's such a big blind spot in what I know how to draw, because if you don't enjoy drawing something, it's so much harder to make yourself learn how to do it, let me tell you. Appeal is raw power. Boo! Boo! Where's the finesse? Where's the charm? No, can you point to a burly man and go, this is the charm point? No, you can't. Strength! No! Dex! Or alternatively, ka! Do you think anybody sees CHA, short for charisma, and goes cha instead of ka? Somebody must, right? I think I'm just getting rid of these hands. They don't apply anymore with the new perspective that I chose both. Okay, so my thought is now I can put like this hand over. Or maybe I do go for like the wrap around the blade type look. Oh wait, hang on, that looped. I can move on to the next DLC soundtrack. Where is it? 2! There we go. Kind of reminds you how some penguins have a bunch of pointy bits lining the insides of their mouth. What? They do? I didn't know that. Honestly, the king of the cosmos is hot as hell. Too bad he's a shitty dad in person. I'm sorry, what? What got us on the Katamari Damacy character? Excuse me? At least, I assume that's what you mean by king of the cosmos? He's ripped. Oh my god. I can't believe it. Is this your fictional video game crush, Gel, the king of the cosmos? He makes the list! Alright then, what else is on your list? If he's very low. I feel like I need to draw the sword now, like in all actuality. Big the Cat #1. #2, Dr. Diggins. Oh god, Jill, your list is, fucked. I can't believe I have to say this. At least some kinds of penguin have a bunch of teeth, but not teeth bits lining the insides of their mouth, presumably to assist in eating fish. The more you know. I did not know that. Alright, so I guess what is a cool fancy sword sheath that is not the Master Sword, because he is not Link. Somebody else used the Master Sword in that game. Isn't Dr. Diggins the guy from Fossil Fighters? I would assume so. Dr. Diggins. Yeah, it's him. Okay, so hang on. I need you to tell me. I need you to tell me, Jel. Where is the strength on this man? How does this fit into your peak man? I also have an image showcasing said quasi-teeth. For now, no. I'm enjoying vibing and just shit posting. Okay, you know what? You know what? Okay. I did the thing where I had the arms line up, and I think I shouldn't do that, because what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have them on either side of the hilt guard, like I said before. Because I'm silly, and I should have just done that in the beginning, because it makes things easier instead of wrapping them around the blade. Okay, so now let's figure out sword hilts, my beloved. What is something suitably ornate for him? Interesting how a lot of the ones that I'm finding seem to, like, get wider in some places than others. Interesting. spoilers, the dude canonically fought full-size dinosaurs for a number of years until he made cryo-freezing tech in the Stone Age. What the hell? Good God. I don't know about peak attractiveness, but that is impressive. After looking him up, he looks like he dumped strength in exchange for an Inca build. That is what I would have assumed in the beginning, but apparently he's just dueled dinosaurs and won. Maybe broadsword belt? These look like rapiers, not broadswords. What the hell is up with the image search? He does get sent back in time, yes. Maybe he's got that anime girl strength to him where he has zero visible muscle but is still comically strong. However, I said nothing about Big the Cat. Okay, Jell, that's because I said in the beginning I think your list is fucked if Big the Cat is at number 1. Now, I know he has a strength build, Big the Cat, because he's the power portion of Team Rose, obviously. However, I don't know if Big the Cat should be number 1 on your list of like video game or anime crushes. I'm just saying. If I put in Scabbard, maybe I can get rid of all these rapier images. Any of these. Maybe I just go like a little bit fuck it we ball and I just bullshit something and make it look nowhere near as good. That's just the male side of the list. Sylvando. Who's Sylvando? I looked him up! Oh my god, with a face like that! He's so smug, he irritates me! Oh wait, you know what? There's an image of him with a chain and him like blowing a kissy heart. Never mind. He just looks smug. Maybe he's gay. The flamboyant guy says Cookie. Alright, I guess he is gay. You'd follow him into hell! Alright, Jell, are you sure? Are you sure you aren't a little fruity? Like, just a little fruity. Are you sure? I'm gonna just do like a little round pommel, whatever this is called, because I can. And then from there, I think the sword hilts are a little thicker than that. So we're gonna go with something like this instead. And we'll do like a couple of these line things. I don't know why they're here, but they look cool. Yeah, there we go. Nice. And technically, like, the pommels supposed to be like resting on top of another one of those like metal things too. Eh. The sword is the only part I'm actually going to be drawing of like a combat loadout for him because it's involved with the posing. Like realistically, both my girl and him would be wearing varying levels of armor. Like she's a rogue, so she can wear leather armor, for example, and she does canonically wear leather armor. But no way am I drawing armor when I could draw a cute design instead. I love cute girls. And I love not drawing armor, because that shit's rough, baby. There are so many details and I don't know, rivets, I think it is. Fellas, is it gay to have a list of top male anime crushes? Yup, exactly, randomist. Put him in a dress. No, I'm not putting my guy in a dress. I cannot, he would not. Fun fact, he's trans because he's actually born female and thus like the holder of the Triforce of Wisdom, like the Zelda parallel of the setting. But he went, no actually, I want to be a man. And so his really cool magic casting father went, yeah sure, we can make you a man. And they did that. So putting him in a dress would be disrespectful to the identity for the lad here. Hey, if you're talking about your fruity man from Dragon Quest XI, then you know what? If he wants to wear a dress, put him in a dress. Alright, since I'm not designing the actual sword itself, all I need is the scabbard. Normally the sword is a little thicker than the hilt though, so I'm just gonna kind of do something like this. Using my straight line tool for once in my life, the last time I'm gonna be straight ever. Because even when I'm married, I'm bi. Sylvando would for sure. Feels like something he could do. You know, say he needs a disguise or something. Bam, break out the dress. This would also be better if I set up like a symmetry thing, but fuck it. We ball. We ball. We ball. Okay. I know I said I didn't want it to be like the Skyward Sword. However, I think like a wing motif could be cool to work in because he does have like a bird mount. And then also, he's marrying a bird girl. So, we ball. Fuck it. Sylvando would not do staking, that's dishonorable. Oh wait, that's it. There's a word for that? Sneaking. Oh, I see. So he's the type of guy to go in through the front door, announcing that he's there. Is that my understanding? He's a jester class. Okay, alright, I understand now. It's always fun when jesters are like an actual class. The built-in chaos gremlins of the medieval ages. Alright, and then like on actual scabbards, I think there's normally a thing to like keep the tip of the sword safe. So we can do something like that maybe. I don't like that angle, so yeah, fix it, yeah. Cool, something like that. And then we can get all like decorative with the rest of the hilt too. Maybe like some gilding. But how do I convey like an easy gold gilding effect? Oh, ew. I have an idea. I have an idea. Do that. Grab that color there. And then if we go really small... Haha! Gilding! I think I'll do the 2, maybe. Yeah. So I guess in this case, I can just bullshit a design. Like, it's gotta be regal, right? Maybe swirly, kind of like ivy? Or wind? I don't know. I don't know, man. I didn't think I'd get this far. Okay, so like maybe like the top here will have the gold gilding thing, and then we'll have like a border here with like whatever the bottom color is. Okay, and then from there... Maybe we like chunk it into sections first. Like we can have like this be one section. Should make my brush bigger. Just a little bit. Yeah, like that. And we'll have like this be a section, and then maybe we can have like something like that. Ooh, and then we can do like some cheats of like there's maybe some like leather in the middle of these things. And we'll do that there too. And then maybe like not rivets there. What would they be? What would they be? Hey, you're back. What did you miss? Not much. I could barely get some posing figured out for the lad for my girl. Now I'm working on a sword design to try and figure out how to get the arms properly posed, but I'm not working on the sword itself. I'm working on the scabbard because I thought that would be easier than the sword, and I was wrong! It's fine. Don't worry about it. Scabbard designs go crazy when you want them to be ornate, and I want this one to be ornate, and I screwed myself over. That's rough, buddy. I know. Okay, and then what if I did like a straight line down through this? Shoosh. Like that, maybe? Whoop. Alright, that's starting to look enough like gold. And then what if we did something like, I don't know, like a dark green or a black in some cases? Because he canonically does wear green. My girl's worn all sorts of colors. She's worn purple, she's worn red. I just put her in green there because it's meant to be like a hero's color and setting. Maybe we just do like black in these things. And then, not black, a green in these things. And then we do black for the main color. I think that's too saturated so you can still see too much of the blue. Okay, so through the power of trying very hard, it's gotten somewhere close to looking like a proper scabbard. And by trying very hard, I mean struggling. I offer you a large floppy gel-filled banana squeeze toy in these trying times. No, because I actually have a squeeze toy already. Like last year for Christmas, my family did some blind box things, and I got some strange like cat cinnamon roll thing that's filled with like some kind of liquid or gel, and sometimes when I'm talking I can't help but reach for it and grab onto it and squeeze it. You might be able to hear it. with how I'm squeezing it now, yeah. Do not stuff you in strange fruits, please. No. We're not talking about you, Gel. We're just talking about a substance that is called Gel. Gosh, Gel, not everything's about you. God. Why are you acting like you're the one who's important here? This is my stream, not yours. Thank you very much. Alright, bit's over. You're right, some things are about Sylvando. Oh my god, you're so right. You know something I noticed? Sylvando, as a name, is very close to husbando. Coincidence? I think not! Alright, so something about this is still like a little too... What if I like do some sweeping curvy lines like that? What? Like it's just vaguely looking ornate enough now, right? However, I think I want to flip like where the greens and the blacks are, because you can barely see the green. Maybe I just keep the whole sword hilt black. That is kind of like effortlessly cool, is like black and gold. It's overused, but it is effortlessly cool. If you're wondering about the surprisingly specific statement you got said banana as an unexpected Christmas present. Oh, well, do you like it? Do you have some fun squeezing it? Or is it just one of those things that's gonna sit around uselessly? I wonder if I can like, turn it like that. A little bit of a greenish blue. Does that work at all? In theory, it could work. I think if it was like smaller sections but more visible. Like maybe if we did between these areas here. And then we left the rest of it black. Does that make any sense? Yeah, I'm liking the green and black from afar. I think it's still a little like lacking in these two big areas in terms of ornateness, but I don't know how I would do that. Unless I just start like repeating these designs. I guess maybe what I should do is extend out this portion. Oh, but I like how close those are, actually. I think that's what makes it look more complete down there. Okay, for now I think we just leave the scabbard like that. I think it's ornate enough, and then I want the green up here too, because I can. I think it's pretty. And then, you're definitely not supposed to use gold for anything that's like structurally important, like a hilt. However, have you considered? It looks cool. And then like something should go on that pommel. I'm thinking it's just gonna be some random gem. I don't know. I just need it to look cool, okay? Well, it goes on pommels like that. I don't know. I don't know of any like crests that could be used. So no for there. Maybe I just bullshit something. Maybe I just... like, we can do like a little spiral wind effect thing. That could potentially work. Like, what if we just do... That's the wrong brush. Like a whoosh. Like that? It looks way oversized. But in theory it could work. What if we just... It still looks pretty oversized. It's not ornate enough for what it is. Okay. Take 2. What if it's like... we start from like a center point and we just kind of do like a swirling thing. Like that. Better, but not perfect? I think it's still oversized. And I might actually prefer having some black portions up on the hilt too. Do I make all of it black? Is that what this is turning into for the hilt? I think it is, because it works better with like the alternating green and black down here. Okay, that's fine. Gonna grab you, shrink you again. Ah! Dropped my pencil for no reason. Does anybody else do that? You just randomly, like, you go to flip your pencil, and even though you've done it 1,000 times before, you sometimes lose your coordination. Muscle memory is not reliable is all I'm saying. At least mine isn't. No, never. No! I'm just clumsy. Alright, and if I made like the pommel and the other stuff gold, that means I've got to make this part gold. Not with pencils, but it does happen with other things. A whole 1,000 points, Gel's just messing with me. Maybe he is. Maybe he is. Are you messing with me, Gel? Thought Cackles were supposed to be dexterous. I mean, okay, we're supposed to. However, have you considered that the addition of human into the equation means that things get all sorts of weird in terms of how calculating how dexterous you are? Like Random has posted a thing once that's like, do you think that if you hold a cat girl by the arms, then like they'll slink down like a cat? And I'm sitting here like, no, I don't think so. That's not how human anatomy works. But then again, I guess you could say just like for somehow the body can fold up on itself like a cat's does. If it's a cat girl, you just never know. Oh, you are joking. Okay. You don't use pencils too much anymore. Yeah, I guess in this case I mean my tablet pen, but I do sometimes do physical drawings in basically in my notebooks. Whenever I'm sitting there trying not to go insane at work, I just take a break and start drawing whatever comes to mind. Cats are naturally total derps. I would agree. Morgana she's so fucking stupid and she's so clumsy. Like, she will lose her balance on the smallest thing. Of course, I got the cat that's an even bigger derp than me, right? Alright, so I think I said I wanted a kind of like wing motif. There we go. Something like that. Simple. Effective. I'm gonna drag this out some because it doesn't really match the other side. Shoop. And then actual hilts usually have some amount of like extra metal parts, I think. Yeah, there's like a 3D nature to it because it goes onto the blade. Okay, I've got to... You go here. Ow, I didn't mean to erase you. I meant to erase you. And I meant to erase you. Okay, I could fix the edges in other places, but it's fine. I do have to eventually figure out a way to like make this look better. That silver is not really jiving well. I think if I make it more like gray, no. I want it to look more like steel, not silver, you know? I got completely distracted from what I originally intended on doing. I'm so good at this, guys. It's regarding the hand and possibly catching blades if it has a more U shape to it. I'm just trying to find a way to like make it look more 3D without having to go and completely render the whole thing. Because this was supposed to be about the guy next to the sword, and then I decided to make a pose that needed the sword. And again, that was a horrible mistake. Okay, I think one thing that's screwing me over is actually like this up here. I didn't make it rounded. So just give me a moment as I fix that. Wrong one, it's like here. Yes, and then straight line through. Okay, good enough. And then what I had wanted was... Oh god. I forget. What was I doing with the color patterns? It looks like black here, and then green here, and then be black in here, and then that means... black here and up here. So it's just the green on the inner parts? Yeah, that sounds about right. Okay, you know, I'm realizing with my uneven patterns, I could expand them just a little bit. Like, if I had another one of those curved lines. That do something? It makes it kind of look like lacing, which is interesting, but I don't know if it's what I want. Maybe I don't. I could just kind of connect them as like diamonds. I have no clue what that's supposed to be, but it looks more ornate, but I think I'm not gonna do it. I don't want to go committing too far on details that don't matter. You know? Yeah. Alright, so we're keeping the gold look for this. Is it supposed to be ornate? I would like it to be ornate because this is a guy who's eventually going to go on to become a king, and this is like the fully evolved adventurer form before the kingship, you know? But I don't want it to be like super pretty and big and gorgeous because like it's not like it's meant to be royal yet. It's just like it is a character that is probably fitting for ornate stuff, you know? Yeah. I'm so bad at this. This is why, like, all of my concepting takes, like, 1,000 years, is because I can't decide on things that actually look good and work well. Blah, 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 blah. Going on a rope or a string wrap? Oh, you're so right! That is how people added their weapons to their armor, right? They would use the leather and stuff? The leather wraps? The actual thing can be ornate, but like it's still practical to have the leather wrap. You're so smart. You're so smart. Aha, that's what I did wrong. I accidentally put those on the wrong layer. Okay, so now if I go back up here, there we go. That's why it wasn't functioning the way I wanted. And then I still don't know what to do with like the center part here. Okay, no, I do know what to do with the center part up here. It's supposed to go a little further in. So let me just... Here's what I mean by further in, at least in a lot of swords that I'm seeing in terms of trying to use as reference images. Like there's like this little dip here where it like gets properly attached to the sword. And I believe that little dip is designed to go over the scabbard, like the scabbard is fitted to it. But it's usually not that big, so I'm just gonna shrink it down a little. Okay, and then now we can scooch you back up this way. And redo some of the details so that way it aligns properly. Which, if that is the case, I should probably just swap the direction of things down here, honestly. I will redo the ornamentation entirely now to match the direction that this is being done. Something like that. We'll do like the middle line again, because even if I don't know if it's actually any good, I feel like that does something with the empty space in the middle that I like. and then I should probably just standardize the patterns. So it was like something up here. Specifically, I'm doing the more like curved lines. Yes, yes, like that. And that means I should probably do the same for these down here. Okay. That works well enough. That's the first section up there. And then we're going to have another section around here. Actually, maybe I should make this closer together. Up here. Okay, and then these closer together here. That way we still have like our little like section thing going on. And then maybe we just do like more lines coming up from the middle like that. Because I like the like idea of adding more to it in some way. But also, if I do like this like up here, it ends up making that diamond look, but that feels incomplete. But if we just do another set of lines, it reminds me of wheat. I don't think that's the intent, but like, it's probably fine. Good enough for now. I will probably rework that again. Not gonna lie. But you are right, I should do that wrap thing before I forget. I'm just going to go ahead and like fix the coloring. Okay, and then this part should work just fine if we do a kind of like, thought is, look, it's following everything else. Vaguely 3D enough, let's go. Okay, now back up here. Pobble jewels, no, not pobbles, like hilt guard jewels are so, in theory, like not good. I'm pretty sure they just make things more inconvenient, but at the same time, they look cool. Fuck it, we ball, little jewel, little jewel. It is the only thing I can think of. They're meant to be magical or ornamental. True. Magical girl mode. It's time. All right. Oop, wrong one. Haha. There we go. I think in this case, in order to show off the wand, I want to just shrink myself down a little bit. There we go. All I'm covering up is like the color wheel on the bottom and the brush sizes, so you're not missing anything. You get to see all my layers and stuff like that. Bulba seem pretty magical to you. True, but alas, you get magical girl mode. I am the cutest, pinkest magical girl to ever exist. Not to ever exist, sorry. That goes to basically any pink freak here. Those girls get frilly and pink. Yeah, it's not exactly centered, so I do have to move it. Symmetry is one of my weaknesses. One amongst many, so I'm not going to say my only weakness. It's just one of them. Hello, Leon! Welcome in! I'm doing pretty good. You've caught me doing some personal art for some tabletop characters from a game I was a part of. I have fallen back into indulgent ship art hell because I have been starving for content in all of my other games. And so right now, I wanted to draw this guy, but then the pose kept on giving me issues, so I figured I need to draw the sword. And that's where I am. I got a little sidetracked, not going to lie. If I whack someone with the wand, does it count as a flying type move because it's with the bird beak? You know what? I would say yes. Especially because like one of the first cards that Sakura uses is like a wind card and it lets her fly. So you know what? I would say yes. I guess it doesn't necessarily let her fly. That's a power that she gets later. More importantly, the wind can fly and capture flying things for her. But still, I would say it's a flying type move. I've got coverage. Which color should the gem be? Answer green. Because everything else is green. And then from there, something about it still doesn't feel right. So I'm gonna try like a whole... What if I do that? Like at the bottom there. Just like some random detail line. It's actually not awful. What if we do it kind of like this, where it's like it lines up with the wing? I forgot to say it earlier, but oh no! You're out of hydrate redeems! I'm gonna shrivel up and die if I don't drink water! Oh no! If only somebody else could do hydrate redeems for you. Oh no! Oh no! I can't drink water without somebody telling me to. Yeah. Whatever will I do? I'm going to shrivel up and die. I'm gonna not starve, but drown. Never mind. There we go. Thank you, Leon, for the hydrate. See, Gel, other people have it covered. You don't need to worry. You don't have to care about my hydration when somebody else can do it for you. Husband must have such a hard job keeping me hydrated. He really does. I was shaking my head. I'm so bad at taking care of myself. Whatever will I do without somebody to tell me exactly what to do for me? No, I'd say I'm actually pretty good at staying hydrated normally. I keep a water bottle at my desk at all times, so that way I can always have water, and then I've set it up slowly over time, so that way my muscle memory is if I'm going downstairs, I check my water bottle, and if it's looking empty, I go refill it anyway. I feel like I might just collapse and die. You're so right. You're so right. And there's another hydrate redeem. You worry every second of the day. I know. I'm so fragile. Oh, what would I do without you guys to take care of me? I feel like I've been fucking up this wing shape, actually. What if I just leave it like that? It's a little uneven, but it's fine. Okay, that is good enough, I think, for now. And at least in terms of positioning the fucking sword. Actually, the hilt is probably a little too big. Like, tall is what I mean. That looks a little better. I'm just gonna inch that down a little bit so everything lines up. Nope, it didn't line up again. There we go. Okay, that's fine, I think. Green and gold look really, really good together, not gonna lie. Yeah, they do! Thank you. I'm glad my vision was correct. Alright, so that's the sword, and it's basically the right height. Let's go! I might have to make it a little thicker. You know what? It might be that this, like, bottom of the blade is a little too thin. But I guess that matches how real swords are, right? I'm gonna see if I can fuck around with, like, the sizing on it. I don't know if that looks any different. Oh, it does, actually. I might just do that again. So kinda line it up. That doesn't seem straight anymore. Maybe it was never straight. Have I considered that? I used a straight line tool, but does that mean I set them to be perfectly straight? Probably not. Okay, let's go with that. I feel like that fixes the issue of, like, the width a little bit more. Okay, I'm just gonna shoot. Oh no, I stole part of his arm. Hang on. You need that. This is where I realized I drew the sword facing the camera directly when he's in a 3/4 position. No! No! Why did nobody warn me I was doing this, guys? Oh my god. Oh my god. Why did nobody tell me? Why did nobody stop me? Guys. Oh my fucking god, guys. No, I'm stupid, Gel. You have to remember that. Oh my god. Bird girl can hold it. No, it's meant to be part of his posing. Otherwise, everything I drew for him just doesn't fucking work. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, hang on. I'm just gonna move, like, all of him over to the side a little bit to try and lookify this into vaguely the correct position. I thought you didn't like my backseating. No, no, you weren't backseating. I even said you had a good idea with the wraps. I just didn't put it on there because I ended up redoing the gold and that, like, got complicated enough for me to be okay with it. Push, expand, pinch, push left, push right, twirl. I don't want to twirl. What does this do? Whoa. Weird. Whoa, weird. Whoa, weird. Okay, what if I just... How do I do this? Strength? Whoa! You believe I must drink a gallon of water right this second? Okay. Maybe not that. Maybe I don't need that backseating. And then we're just gonna change the canvas size. Like 300 to give myself space to fuck around with. Okay, so my goal is liquefy tool this to oblivion. Try and figure out like a 3/4 view. And then like redraw it from there essentially. Nope, that's not working. See, like that is vaguely where it should be in terms of a 3/4 view. Might be better to redraw. If I can have like a base to redraw it with, that'd be easier. Yeah, you're so right. I think I can keep what I did with this liquefy up here. And we're just going to get rid of like this. And clear that out, and then now I can... What's that from? It's up here. Okay, and then like this spiral thing. Perspective is a bitch. I hate perspective. Did that work? I don't know. Something like that. And then for these lines, I can do this, where we can kind of show the 3/4 view. You guys gotta understand, all of art is just about like tricking the eye to see what you want it to see. Until you can just draw things that well where it is exactly what you want it to be, and then you're a god. But like, I am not that. Okay, so like if the gemstone is kind of like jutting out like this. Yeah, okay. Okay, and then we can use something like this way. I think we have to take this line in. Is my thought. We'll get rid of like anything perspective that way. But my thought is we move this up. Like this. I think that sells some of the perspective. And then do it like this. I think. base of the guard established. Like the wing thing there, and then we can put like another like wing thing there. Alright, and then wing. I guess these are feathers that I'm drawing, but it makes up the wing is what I mean. Like that. Please don't mind how it's like vaguely Master Sword shaped. Don't worry about it, I swear. I don't like the orb up here. I think it's like the circle shouldn't have stayed, and technically this isn't centered anymore. It should be like that, I think. Okay, did the music loop? It totally did. Alright. Next DLC. I have determined that I at least want to finish this sword before I am actually done streaming today. Because, I can't have spent so much time on this just for it to have not worked out. I can't! Just keep working. Just keep working. Look, my husband only benefits from me working on this. He's the one who ran this game. So he will ultimately just be getting free art for one of his characters out of this. If I'm mentally ill about the characters, he benefits. Okay? He can deal with me streaming longer. Maybe drink some spicy water? No! Oh, well, you know what I could go for? I would love some, like, pho or, like, some just for, like, spicy soup. That could be fun. But, like, I always put chili oil in my pho. Like, I put in as much as I can to actually get a nice kick out of it. I haven't had pho in a while. It's like at least 30 minutes to drive to a place with pho. It's actually probably more. Because, like, technically we did find a Thai place that does, like, their own take on it, but it's like a Thai fusion place, so it's not 100% perfect. So it's actually more like 45 minutes, at least. Okay, I don't like that wing for some reason. I think I need to squish it. I need to squish this wing. And I think this one has this wing overlapping, but this one should actually have more of this wing visible because it's the under one. No? They're too even, is what I've decided now. Okay, so then what if I, like, shrink this in? It's getting there. I think this needs to be extended back out for some reason. It's maybe the pommel's too big now, like the gemstone. I didn't account for the rotation. Okay. I think this might actually be too high up. I'm struggling, lads. I'm really struggling. But I refuse to quit. Isn't that what being a magical girl is about? Trying your best and overcoming even the worst of odds. I must live up to the magical girl outfit that I've been gifted. It's all about quitting when you can't punch away your problems. No, that's not the type of magical girl I am. I don't punch away my problems. I solve them head on. Oftentimes still with the power of incredible violence, but sometimes through just talking it out. To be fair, you never really watched a magical girl show. I mean, like, there definitely are some magical girl shows that are about punching your problems away. Look at Precure. Although they often, of course, do the whole, like, dramatic anime speech thing. But that's because it's aimed at, like, 6-year-olds. One of my favorite things about Precure is just that, like, it has a fan base that is way older than the intended target demographic in a lot of situations. So you get those situations of like grown adults being like, "Ah, yeah, the season isn't as good. They really toned down the punching." I just find it silly. Man, this gemstone, I can't get it to look like it's actually popping out. Okay, I think that's almost right. If I zoom out, that's almost right. I think this isn't exactly right, what I have here. It should be something more like this, I think. No, actually, I think with the angle that I've got here, it should be like this. I think that looks better. Okay, and then from there, this is the part that kind of like goes down into the scabbard area, because the scabbard fits this. So we'll make this, it's like its own defined line. And then normally the scabbards are like 2 parts put together, so I can use my line tool again. Like, that's almost right. That's almost right. There's just something about like the angle here which is not right. I'm trying to figure it out what it is. That might be it. What I can do is it was some kind of like cap. Yeah, there was like the metal part there. So what I can do is I'm gonna move these over so that way they're not, you know what, this is kind of in the way. I haven't even gotten to the point where I need the hair and eye color and all that, so fuck it, we're moving it away. Okay, what if I have it like mirror the shape of what I have up here? get rid of that line, which is meant to be from like the seam of the leather, because this is like a metal cap at the end. Something like that. Roughly. Okay, and then now... got that center line there. So this time around I'm just gonna try and like get an outline for it. Nah, I don't want to go to the effort of that actually. Oops. Had the wrong color there for a moment, but it's fine, we're good. Alright, so then now what I can do is just the same thing, or I had the like the fancy swooshy lines and pray. Use a slightly bigger brush. I think the 5 size is fine. And then it can just be mirrored on the other side, so we can see it like going down there. Okay. That's something, right? Better than what we had. I'm actually just gonna get rid of some of these like lines over here. Whew. Okay. And then since we changed the bottom there, let's have it like this instead. Well, you know, I bet the line would still be there regardless, because like if it's meant to be 2 halves of it, yeah, it'll show the halves. Okay. Alright, and then it was just the same thing where we did like the wheat looking thing is the best way I can put it with these lines. Then it was another part of the way up. This was a longer section. What if I just make it even longer? Focusing. It looks decently awkward with the line, but whatever. I'm just gonna clean up the sides here. Cool. And then we just do the last little bit at the bottom there. How big was that? Not too big. And now, in theory, we unhide our colors and we scavenge what we can for what we already put down and then fix it in other places. Like the green will go like that. Actually, I think it's more like... Did I put the black underneath before? I did, because I'm a silly goose. Yeah, I think I liked how it led into the black up here better. That's why. Okay. Now I can clean up the outsides. And I really should clean up these sides here. We're getting somewhere, lads. Ah! Drop my pen again! Telling you, I'm clumsy. Let that there, hide that layer, grab that green. I'm using the green because it's supposed to be like a proper emerald instead of like the dyed leather of the scabbard. It just didn't make sense to have them to be two similar colors in my mind, you know? Shaky hands can be a sign of dehydration. Oh no! Oh man, if only somebody could make sure I was drinking my water. Oh jeez, too bad I can't do it on my own. I'm just like a real life cat. You know how they hate drinking water from their water bowls, and so you have to give them like water fountains and stuff to use instead? Hey look, another hydrating. Thanks, Leon! Surely that'll fix me, right? Your cat does not have that problem. You know, mine doesn't either. Morgana's really good about drinking water. Oh, is it because there's a... Oh, there is. I was wondering why that looked weird. With enough water you can fix any problem. I don't know if that's true, but sure. Let's go with that. Hey, speaking of my cat, she just came by to her water bowl. I refilled it earlier, and she's so silly. It's like she gets mad when her water bowl is empty. She will just sit there and smack it when it's empty. And sometimes she won't even look at me. She will just smack her empty water bowl, and I will hear the ringing noise. And then eventually I will get up and refill it. Name a problem. Global warming. Didn't think of that, did ya? Ha! I think the revisions on this sword are basically done. I set up a global water cooler. With what water? You know, I think I do want to do a little bit of tweaking on these in particular. The little, like, metal inline things here. They just don't look perfect to me. Not perfect, but, like, right compared to everything else below it. Not change that at all. Basically not. It just moved them. Maybe I leave it. Maybe I leave it. The infinite water you have in this hypothetical. I mean, I guess that's true. I didn't put any limitations on like what you have for your water sources. That is correct. Alright, fine. You win that one. A stalker. Drown them? Okay, what about the court case that you'll be in after you drown your stalker? They don't have to be good solutions. Just a solution. Drown the courtroom! Alright, this sounds a little bit like eco-terrorism. Is that what you want to be, Jel? It's Team Aqua's end goal, true. And I did say that if I was to pick a team of Team Aqua or Team Magma, I would pick Team Aqua. Well, you've got me convinced. There are no problems that cannot be solved with enough hypothetical water. Okay, you know what? I think that's fine. So we're gonna copy this back in. Bam! Here's what it is after some editing. It totally looks like a believable perspective now, right? Right! Let's go with that. You know what? That's basically the right size, actually. I think all I might want to do is, like, extend it out way more. Like this way. There we go! The wonders of the liquefy tool, plus redrawing everything you can't liquefy. T. Oh shit, I drank water without somebody telling me to. Damn it, there goes the bit! I was so satisfied with myself! I forgot to be silly. Alright. Well, I can just hide all these layers. If I did want to, I could, like, merge them back down. Like, there was nothing on this copy that was important. Nothing on this copy that was important. Okay, if I merge you into each other, what happens? 1, copy 3. Wow, there were 3 copies, I didn't realize. Yes, that is the correct place for it to go. So, merge these. Bam. Wait a minute, I shouldn't do that because his leg is right there. I need to keep these 3 layers separate, so move them back. Move them back. We'll keep them separate for now, and then I can merge them in later to clean up my folders. But for now, it's actually very important that they're here. I guess for now, we can put them under everything else, because it's just meant to be like a reference to help me pose these fucking hands. Okay. I at least really want to get the pose down. If I can get the pose down, today will be a success. I'm shifting the goalposts, I understand. I know. However, if I can get the pose down, today will be a success. You see how long it takes for me to draw things when I'm not prepared, when I don't have concepts? I'm hopeless. I'm never gonna be fast at drawing. And you know what's stupid? If I had kept the hands from earlier, it would have been perfect for this, basically. It's fine. It's fine! Alright, so the hand is like that. There should be a thumb there, roughly, somewhere. What if I just have it be that the hands are not wrapping around, they're just kind of like loosely hanging on top of it? Bleh. That looks awkward. Like, if you were holding something in front of you like that, you kind of do have to like loosely drape it over. I don't know, just like the way I think I'm tilting the hand too much. I think I should have the hand on top more. This is one of those situations where it's like very important to have a decent thing to use as reference, and so in this case, it's my own hands. Alright, so I can like mitten hands here because I mitten hands over with her. I think the hand is too small. Men are supposed to have big hands if they're muscular, right? Or is that one of the things that doesn't change when you gain weight? I know your finger size can change when you gain weight, and that's why people should get rings that can be resized. Like, you shouldn't get rings with gemstones all the way around them, because if your finger size changes, you might not be able to wear your ring anymore, because you gained weight. But I don't know if your hand overall changes size. I've always had pretty stubby hands. My fingers are short and wide, even before I gained weight. It just happened like that. Or not happened, I was just born like that. My husband is annoying. He's got, like, the long pianist hands, where you've got, like, the delicate fingers that are long and thin and beautiful. And it's like, "Argh. How dare you have prettier hands." Although he does kind of have like knobby knuckles for his hands. It means that like whenever he wears a ring close to the base of his finger, it can slide around, but as long as it doesn't get past the knuckle, it's technically safe. But for a while when he first started wearing rings, he was constantly playing with the ring and sliding it around on the finger, like trying to make sure it wouldn't fall off, you know? He's gotten used to it by now, though. Okay, the thumb is about there underneath, so... I don't like how that looks. Yeah, it's not sticking out, the thumb. I'm kind of like standing myself and putting my hands in front of me. That's It's not sticking out, it's more like it's just like wrapping around the object in question.
So, I think you might barely see the thumb from this angle.
Like that, maybe. Is that a big enough thumb? I think it actually should be longer, because if I have the fingers all the way down there... You know what? Maybe it's the hand positioning itself that's off. Again. Because, like, this is meant to be where the knuckles are. So, you've got, like, 3 joints. And kind of like that with, like, the pinky, that sort of thing. Something like that, I think, is the best way to pose those fingers. For the mitten hand, at least. I'm not gonna articulate it anymore, because I didn't articulate it for her. Teehee, teehee. Looking back at this art for her, I think I made her eyes too big. She canonically has large eyes. Like, that was always something I intended for her. I drank my water. But that was always something I intended for her, because the idea is, like, she's very expressive, and so the best way I can do that in my style is, like, expand the eye size. But I think with the idea of, like, 5 years passing, I kept them a little too large. It doesn't sell as much that she is aged some. It's fine. It's fine. I don't need to fuck with that art right now. I'm still working on this guy. Alright, now, let me just stand again. If I was holding it like this, with the hand going there, I would put my other hand over it. And then the other thumb wouldn't be visible, but you'd have some of your fingers covering the ones in the front. Okay. I'm just going to put that down there, and put this up here. It'd be something like this, I think. Like that the palm was there. I'm just gonna shift the sword down a little bit. I'm going to cheat. Because that's basically about even with her feet there, so like it's fine. And whatever, she can be taller. She's 6'0", it's fine. Expand bird. Okay, so with that in mind, the hand probably looks something like that, where it's kind of like draped on top. That hides the pommel that I spent some time figuring out the swirls for. Ah! Whatever, it's fine. It's good to have an idea of what it is. Okay. I think that actually kind of works. I go for it. Still gotta give him the beefy muscle arms. Because how else are you gonna show that this man is built from years of adventuring? He is indeed the strength build that Gel craves so much. It's really funny. Almost everybody in that adventuring party was a dex build because we had a bard. The bard is a charisma caster. And so you don't get anything from strength as a bard, but you do get dex for your AC and stuff like that. And oftentimes bard has access to dex-based skills instead of strength-based skills. So dex bard, until eventually that character was given a thing to artificially boost their strength, and then from there just kind of played into the strength. But originally, dex bard. And then from there was a wizard, but it's specifically Bladesinger wizard, the one that does like the fancy rapier stuff. So that's dex. And then the final one was a sorcerer, charisma-based sorcerer. I don't think she put a lot into her con or anything, but I do remember her having at least a bit of a dex mod. So yeah, everybody was dex-based, including myself, because I was a rogue. I only got my paladin levels later. So this guy was the only one in the party who was a strength build, and so he got spoiled by us. Anytime there was anything strength-based that like one of us didn't want to use, he would get it. And I think it was originally put there by the DM just so that way we could have things to sell and barter. But instead of giving them away, we just gave them to our favorite NPC. Like there was like a suit of full plate. Which was like, oh yeah, we can't, none of us can wear that. How about you take it? He's like,
Well, just doing the whole like, are you certain thing? Because he's being polite, but like, fuck yeah, he would love full plate armor. And so we all insisted, and he's like, okay. And immediately took it for himself.
yeah, I think I've at least done a good job of showing off the difference in build and stature. His shoulders are like twice as big as hers. Same thing with the arms. Legs are somewhat comparable, but like that's just because she runs around a lot. It's fine. She can have curvy legs if I decide. So, yeah. Yeah. And it's like real birds. A lot of birds, their legs are pretty big, right? Yeah. Okay, let's go ahead and get this off of that layer. So we're going to go back up here. No. Back up here. It's just a little mitten hand. How bad can it be? Okay. I still don't know how to make chest muscles, pectorals look juicy without actually, like, being breasts when it comes to muscles, but it's fine. It's something. Something like that there, just the implication. I think that's about right. Because now we can hide this whole other hand. And then I really should get rid of that 511 because it's crouching on his ear. There we go. He has noticeably longer ears than hers because in previous Zelda games, some Hylians were shown with pretty long ears. I think it was Ocarina of Time that had some fairly long ones. And so I decided to pull that over into the portrayal of Hylians, at least for this guy, whenever I drew him. And then my girl, her race also has pointed ears, but they're pretty short. So I use that as like one of the things of like, oh yeah, he's just got longer ears as a Hylian. She's got shorter ones as a different race, the Rito. But they're still pointy-eared people. So I can do a lot of the same design tricks. Like, here's how I draw a regular ear. Something like that. And then I do the thing where you kind of like do the outer layer. And then you like, there's like the bottom of it there. And then there's what attaches there. And you kind of do like an inner lobe there. Bam! Ear. But when you go to point it out, it gets lengthened some. So normally when I do my ears like that, it's like, this I guess could be pretty close for her shorter one. You have the outer layer there, and then you still got like the thing there. Attaches there to the face. And then I usually like extend out this like, I don't know what part of the lobe it is. I usually extend this out to like go out further and kind of like follow the point shape in a way. And then you can just do the same thing with super long ears. This is way longer than his would be actually. But like it's the same idea applies. You just go whoosh and then like you connect it in. See? That's how I draw my ears out. I think there's technically supposed to be like another fold or two for the human ear, but I think I can generally get away with just doing this. And then of course, if you want to give them like extended ones like this, that's fine. But also for a normal human ear, you can just do the whole shoop. If you don't want to do like the extended, what is it called? The thing that hangs off your ear in some people. I have it. But also you could do the same thing with the shorter long version, like that. Like that would be where the piercing goes just about. And of course you can do the same thing here. Ears! Sorry, I got distracted. I like talking about how I draw things that are pretty inconsequential in the long run. I think you can tell my focus is waning, but I think I technically achieved my goal of like, I got the posing done. I didn't even begin to touch the issue of the beard and trying to portray how it's like meant to be wavy hair and stuff like that. Ugh, beards look the same to me no matter what. It's fine. Don't worry about it. I guess if I wanted to fuck around and find out, I could still, in theory... Like, I could try working on the hair. That spooks me. But I'll give it a shot. So the hair is roughly based on Breath of the Wild Link, because I remember being told that the hair in the time skip was kind of like messy and wild and beautiful, and I feel like that's what a lot of people do for Breath of the Wild Link's hair, is just like it's all over the place, but like somehow it works. I think I want to add like more layers to it, just like light, fluffy, to show like the hair that I originally drew is still kind of there. I don't know, I don't like how it works. I might just leave that part alone. The one thing I don't want it is that way it looks messy to the point of not being taken care of, because like it's canonical that like after the first haircut, my girl would just keep taking care of his hair. And she actually knows what she's talking about because she styles her own hair. I don't know if I showed you guys. Let me show you, let me show you. I'm getting distracted again, I know that, but hair is hard. But where is she? There she is. I came up with all sorts of like alternate hairstyles for her. There's one with her hair down. There's one with her wearing a ponytail in the back. There's one that I stole from Apothecary Diaries from Mau Mau. This one I came up with where it's just like it's a braid but with a ribbon braided into it with her normal bangs. Another alternate hair of like twin buns which never ended up getting used, but I wanted to draw it because it was cute. Like stuff that she'd cut and dyed with her hair in the past when she was younger. That sort of thing. And eventually she went from like the really long hair that she'd grown out to the shorter hair up here. And I play around with the length. Sometimes it's pretty short, like it's not even in your shoulders there, while it definitely hits her shoulders here. I think ideally the best length for her that I found was just the shoulder length one, because it looks so good on her. Look at that. Can't see it as well. There you go. Look at that. I just think it's so cute. I love her. She's adorable. Look at my pan rights girly. Pan romantic asexual. Pride is pride. In this I only did focus on the pan part because her original color scheme was accidentally already the asexual color scheme. I was just trying to convey that she was a rogue, so I put her in purple, and there you go. She does have some grippers! She's a bird girl! Yeah, the idea is the Rito are like half bird, half human, and in the Wind Waker games you can see them grabbing onto people while they're flying, and so that means that their feet must actually be taloned, is my thought, because otherwise how the hell could they grab onto someone like that? But they just don't show the talons because it's a very like chibi, cartoony art style. So I looked at the Breath of the Wild Rito where you do see the taloned feet, and I included that, although I don't like the two-pronged feet, so I changed them to three-pronged feet instead in the front. Yeah, aesthetic preferences. Yeah, this outfit is non-canon, this outfit is non-canon, but this one, this one, this one, and this one are all canon. You can see this one basically looks like this one. It's meant to be that like she just got like an alternate color of like some of the clothing that her people wear, and then she modified it as needed. Like there's slits here with room for shorts underneath, for example. Because, you know, it's cute. It's fine. You know, she can have a little miniskirt action as a treat. And then from here, I kept the same idea. Trying to grab someone with normal feet would look mad funny. Right? Right? It just wouldn't work. So that's why I figured they had to have had proper talon feet even back then, even if we couldn't see it. So yeah, that's her now with the... It's meant to be like after a 5-year time skip. I gave her an even shorter skirt because why the hell not? She can just wear shorts underneath as usual. Look, sometimes the... Oh god, what is it called? The term, the absolute territory. Zettai Ryoiki. No, Ryoiki. Yeah, the Zettai Ryoiki. Sometimes you just gotta indulge. Okay, back to figuring out this hair. Wow. It's really hard for me to nail down hair that looks like wild but elegant. me, it's like I'm better at showing it when it's neat and cute. Because that's what I'm used to drawing for women's hairstyles. I have to erase some of this ear because there is hair there. I think I have to erase even more of that ear, actually. That stand out a little bit more. I'm glad with the hair beard and color, this already gives me like L. Johnson vibes. Oh no, did I accidentally base something subconsciously off of something else? A poet and a Warhammer person? I'm assuming you mean the Warhammer person. Okay, I did not know this guy existed, so it wasn't me accidentally pulling from my subconscious, thank God. But I think I see what you mean. It's just like the regal blonde hair and the beard look, yeah. I guess... Does he have lion theming by any chance? Because it's entirely possible. Like, this is just what people think of when they think of, like, blonde lion-coated guy. You know, it's probably obvious considering the name is Lionel, but I don't know if he's just named Lionel and, like, doesn't style himself after lions or what. Warhammer isn't the most subtle in his references. Okay, yeah. So I think maybe that's just like what people think of. Is like, is somebody based off of lions? Make them blonde. Make them blonde and sexy and bearded or whatever. I say whatever because I don't know what counts as sexy. His name is inspired by the poet. Oh, okay. I'm surprised. Okay, so that isn't working like I want it to, so what if I do like that? Good enough. Which means now that ear can move back in. Cool. And then I think back here, I want to make that, like, implication of the second part a little bigger. You know what? Maybe I'll leave that as is. I know Breath of the Wild Link's like hair things are larger, like longer, but I didn't want to have just like the style stolen word for word, beat for beat. So I tried to like shorten some things here, and then like introducing the wavy texture I think helps. The other hairstyle I gave him definitely was just like lifted straight from Ocarina of Time Link. Like, I didn't realize it at first. I just thought like, oh yeah, curtain bangs, that would suit him. Bam, Ocarina of Time Link. I did it again. I referenced the thing. Which, like, the whole point is that the character in setting really admires the legends of previous heroes and wants to be like them. So, like, the second he met the current group of heroes, he's like, I want to go with you. And we were like, yeah, sure, dude. And then he worked really well with us. God, I hate this hair thing. It's not turning out the way I want it to. Maybe I curved it too much. Maybe it needs to, like, go out more. Something. That's good enough, I think. I need to stop fucking with it and focus on something else. I'm just not good at drawing masculine men, and I make them too pretty. Ugh, my curse. I like the little curly part there, so what if I try to do something like that here? So it's kind of close. And then got some wave there. Maybe try sharper features, it can help with that sometimes. I was trying to make them sharp in the beginning, but like as I resized everything, the lines ended up softening out. I can try fixing a little bit of that. Well, it doesn't help that, like, I made the beard kind of fluffy vaguely there because I don't know how to draw wavy hair beards. So it's very undefined, it makes him seem soft. When you think of pretty buff men, you think Alex Armstrong from FMA. Oh man, that's a whole new level of pretty and buff. I haven't seen him in a while, but isn't he, like, huge? Yeah, with the big mustache. That's a whole new level. Now, unfortunately, like, I wouldn't consider that pretty personally, but you know, my taste in men varies from everybody else's. I understand this. More defined mustache. I could. My issue is, like, I don't even know. I think I was aiming for a goatee style, and then I wanted to add in, like, more of, like, a beard on top of that, because it felt, like, empty. But a lot of goatees, like, how do you even define them properly? It's just hair. It's just hair. Maybe if I just go for like a solid line instead of like the soft fluffy implication of it. What sort of fool was I putting the mouth on the same layer as the beard? Ugh. Like normally there's like a little space. There's a space above the lip, right? Well, I guess you can go over the lip too, huh? If you grow it out long enough. But it just seems so annoying. That's the thing with facial hair. How do people survive wearing that, like, on their face 24/7? It must be so uncomfortable. What if you just didn't? But then again, some people actually like how beards look. You get used to it, but you prefer no beard yourself. Yeah, I prefer no beards, obviously, from how much I've been complaining. My husband, he generally doesn't. Like, he's tried to grow one before, but it came in pretty scraggly because he hasn't done it ever. Since he's always been clean-shaven. And so he just wasn't happy with it after trying to grow it, and unfortunately, it was one of those things where, like, his coworkers were like, oh yeah, you should totally do it. It'll be good and fun and cool. And then after the end of it, they're like, huh. You know what? Maybe we can let this go. Return for the lands of the outside with a bagel. Hey, what kind of bagel? Not that you can grow hair as a slime. Yes, of course, Joe. You know, maybe we were talking about, like, a special slime beard. Pick up some moss from the cave that you live in or something, you know? Yeah, see, that still doesn't, like, help my issues. I need to study beards. I feel like this is something I'm gonna have to do entirely separate from actually drawing him, is just, like, find a reference image of a beard and figure out how to stylize that shit. Create new from clipboard. Like, how do you fucking stylize that? It's just all fluff. Thank you, random person on the internet whose face I'm stealing as I complain about beards. Like, if I trace over it, you know, you've got the face, and then, like, I think the face shape is somewhere around here, because that's where, like, the thing is. I think that's, like, half an inch of hair growth. It shouldn't be chin down there, right? But yeah, when you go there, it just turns into fluffy. It just turns into fluffy. Fluffy! And then it's, like, kind of, like, implied over here, but it... Bleh! Focusing for a little bit as I get, like, this really rough sketch down to, like, prove my point of what it's gonna look like. You got the ear there, It just looks fluffy! And so if I was to like do something to try and stylize that, then my first intent would be take the jaw. He's got a very like angular face, pretty face. Ear there, something along those lines. Some like anime eyes here. And then normally I don't really care about like feathering brows or anything. I just do like big solid chunks. Unless it's like the point that I'm giving them a like unique eyebrow in some way. Okay. So that's just like lazy, lame anime eyes. And then like I would basically do the nose the same, let's be real, except it would just be kind of like this without the extra implication over here of the nostril. It would just be like that. And then lip is basically the same, because I never really defined the top lip, but you don't have to worry about that with a beard. And so then from there, like, how would I do that? Because like we have the hairline up here, and I normally follow that rule when like deciding where hair comes out from, you know, whoosh, whoosh, like that. It doesn't matter how like spiked your anime hair is, if you can follow like the rules of like the hairline and figure out like where the hair is swooping up from, like bam, see? Anime hair. And then I've portrayed the like close shave type thing before for regular hair too. In this case, normally I would like have to block out where the actual like skull portion is. And then I normally just kind of do like the fluff, and then I will do like multiple layers of like the fluff over here. Okay, figured out the shorthand there, but like when I try to do that like fluffy, closely shaven thing on the face, it just ends up looking like moss. I guess in his case, yeah, he's got like the longer hair. But then there are these parts where like you could maybe imply with like feathering and stuff. I made him look so dead inside with my art, by the way. Like that's actually a very gentle expression that he's making in the photo. He looks dead inside there. Whatever, it's fine. I guess maybe I could try something like... normally when I do like waves and stuff, I'm trying to like vary things. This case, like this is a very like, it wouldn't be a lot of like pop up, pop out. Like, you know, the flicks everywhere, you know? It'd be like pretty uniform. And if I get rid of the jawline there, yup, it's still very fluffy. I think like one thing I can do is just like have it follow the jaw more. if I try to do the thing that I do in like closely shaven hair, where you got some of like the fluffy stuff picking out, then like it just doesn't work. Like there's not really like layers. I guess instead of like doing it horizontally, I could try doing it vertically. Like that, maybe? And just add in lots of little like variations here and there. This will probably also help if I look at how like anime draws beards. I know the issue is like a lot of them go for like straight hair textures as opposed to like wavy or curly. And that's part of my issue is like I'm trying to figure out how to like portray the waves, not just the beard. But like wavy hair when it's that short, it's about more of like the texture of it than it is about like the wave of it, you know? It feels different than the straight hair, but you often don't see the difference. Still looks like foam. See, that's way too many lines for like something stylized. Yeah, I'm gonna have to practice drawing beards in order to get this right. Of course I had to relapse for the pairing that involved drawing things way outside of my comfort zone! Ah! I hope you guys like listening to me complain endlessly over and over again because I'm a little bitch baby. Man, I really did make him look so lifeless. I'm so sorry, random internet man. You're prettier than that. I can get rid of this because I'm done with it. I have the saved version over here. Thank you so much for the hydrate, Leon. I appreciate it. I was just thinking I should drink some water. You know the feeling of endlessly complaining about things, but deciding to do them anyway? Yeah. That's the thing, I'm not gonna stop. I'm gonna complain, but I'm not gonna stop. I'm dying. Oh no! It's okay, Gel, it's okay. Somebody else is watering me, don't worry. Is that how the shoulder muscle works? I think it is. I've never seen a muscular man in my life, apparently. That's probably fine. That's probably fine. Complaining about things deciding to continue in anyway is the you and your puzzle game that you got recently. What's the game? You cannot see his eyebrows at all with the way I've drawn his hair. Oops, oops, oops. It's fine. It's the pretty boy look, right? Who needs to see eyebrows when you can have long, luscious hair? I think the choice is clear. No offense, Gel, since you can't grow hair, as it's slime. Why would it bother you? I don't know, maybe you want hair. Maybe you see people in their hair and you go, whoa, why can't I do that? You're aerodynamic? True! You could be any of us in a race or in flying. Not that you can fly, I think. Can you fly? Like, if somebody threw you, would you float? Or would you just kind of plop to the ground? No floating? Okay, okay, okay. Gravity still hates you too. It hates everyone, let's be real. If gravity liked anyone, would it not just let us float? Aerodynamic, it wouldn't flow. Yeah, you'd probably just go sharp, sliding through the wind like a whistle. Okay, I don't like that. I'm gonna rework that a little bit. Because, like, I do like these two shorter strands up here. Good enough. Oh, Liv, is that you? You changed your name to Aurora, right? Been a little while. How are you? How have you been this weekend and recently in general? Yes, it's you. Okay, I'm glad I remembered. You ever throw a jelly stress ball at a wall? It's like that. Ah, same with the satisfying splat gel. Having a nice long break from work. Hey, congrats on the break. How many days do you have off? I've been doing well, all things considered well. Been a lot of issues with where we're living because of the HOA. So we're prepping to sell our house. We're gonna be getting a bunch of renovations done, not renovations, upgrades and stuff done in January. So it was scary at first going into it, but now that we're actually getting some momentum and progress done, it feels a lot better. Like, we have a plan of how to get out of where we're living now. And we also have a plan for where we're living afterwards, so that's good there. And then in terms of work and stuff, I mean, it's basically just the same old year-end review type thing. I think I've been doing pretty well, so I'm hoping they pay me more. Please, give me a raise. Please, I need money. And as for today, we finished Atelier Ayesha. Very fun game. I'm very happy that I played it. I think there were some things about it that are strange. Like, I really don't understand how we could go from choosing your own traits in Atelier Rorona, Totori, and Merudu to having to fight with the system to get them on your items. It just feels it feels like a regression. However, the game is still quite fun, and I enjoyed the emphasis on having, like, more of a story, even if a lot of it was kind of scattered in terms of gathering the flowers. I love the lore of where we are. Like, I don't know if there's, like, a name for the land the Dusk trilogy takes place in, but I love the lore for it. It's so cool seeing how fantastical a lot of the locations are. Not like, whoa, everything's so pretty way, although a lot of it is pretty, but I'm like, oh shit, there used to be a sea here and now it's gone, so it's just a floating abyss? Or, oh damn, there are all these ruins everywhere, some of them still functional, some of them not, but they're proof of like a even greater, grander society on a scale that you can't even really comprehend. Like, the lore of Atelier Ayesha. Very fun. Very, very fun. I'm excited to eventually get to Escal and Moji, but we're going to be taking a bit of a break from Atelier soon, just so I don't burn myself out, and by soon I mean upcoming week, because we're going to be doing Mystia's Izakaya to celebrate my 3-year streaming anniversary. I never got to play the roguelike mode when the DLC 5 first dropped, But it was translated, so we will be doing that in the coming year. Good luck with the house, everything will work out. Thank you, Liv, I appreciate it. I'm hoping it goes well. Like, my one fear right now in terms of like the renovations is just, oh no, we tore up the carpeting and actually there's mold everywhere. You're gonna have to get all of that cleaned and cleared out, or else you're going to die. And it's like, oh great, we wouldn't have known that that was there without the mold being, the carpet's being torn up. Oh my fucking god, you know? But that's like not going to happen, ideally, because we would know if our carpets were wet enough to make that happen. At least I hope we would know. But you know, sometimes anxiety hits. There is an overarching name for the setting, it's not one you know. Okay. Most of the time, I find that Atelier games don't really give you anything to do with like, this is the land, the name of the nation that we're taking place in. At best, you'll get like, here's the name of the current country that you're in, like, not the name of the nation. There's no continent names or world name, but there will be the name of the current country that you're in. That's what I meant to say. Oh, thank you for the hijack redeem. Is it looping? Oh, there's just another version of it. I can't read what it says though, so whoa. I don't like how that looks. Like, I like this one popping out. Well, Neon, thank you very much for the slime wall redeem. I'm gonna probably try and do it to the beat of the music. Wah, 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 wah. There you go! Hide what's down here, and I can focus on just the shape of the hair. Because my thought is I can have like a kind of like strand there, and then maybe like another kind of like strand pop in there, and then like this is meant to be like maybe a smaller strand. Yes, which means I'm still gonna have like a strand. Maybe. I kind of want it to come together like that. Okay, maybe I don't do like that loose strand there. Like that. And then the ear is there, so I'd still have room for like a longer strand of hair. Okay, maybe instead of having it go down here and cluttering up the hair at the bottom, we have something like that. Just something that like implies more layers going on, you know? Because that's about the same length as these, and then what I can do is like maybe some like longer piece there. And then if we use the ear to cut that off, Still a little bit of an odd shape over here. I might have to, like, flatten out this piece. No. When did we get this electronic cover of the theme? Yeah, I'm pretty sure we've heard like different stages of the boss theme, but I don't remember this as a stage. Maybe it's an extra bonus. I do like this little chiptune sound. It's pretty good. Clear out that maybe. I don't know. Because I think part of what could make it lion-like is like the volume, but at the same time... I don't want to give him too much volume. Because part of like what the volume does is it makes it like pretty and clean. And there's like just enough of the clean and pretty that I want to avoid. I want it to look messy but beautiful, but not clean. But also like it's not taken care of. Or not that it's not taken care of. I want it to look like somebody does take care of it because somebody actually does take care of it. Ah! It's so contradictory! This side is almost to where I want it to be. Okay, I think I can fix this part by having that go further in. And then we can link that up like here to imply there's like more thickness there. Something like that. Rugged, not unkempt. Yes! Thank you! Oh my god, you're so much better at describing it than me, Joe. Thank you! I'm losing my mind trying to figure out how to put this into words. Like, granted, I am distracted by also trying to put it on paper and not into words. But oh, I felt like I was losing my mind there, going just like, I can't, how do I talk? How do I explain things? Am I even capable of being on a stream right now? I've been drawing too long. That's probably it. It's been like 3 hours of drawing. Actually, it might have been 4 hours of drawing, because didn't we only get through like 2 hours of Atelier Ayesha, even with all the bonuses that we took a look at, which were super fun. I love looking at concept art. It is so fun seeing all the different drops that they go through in their creative process, and like which characters solidified faster and which ones didn't, you know? Maybe even too much water. Ha ha ha! What is this, the Hoenn region? Me and Cookie on the same brain wavelength. We've been over this. Too much water doesn't exist. Yeah, Jell and I were talking earlier about how, you know, in theory, any problem can be solved by water if you have enough of it. And you know, unfortunately, he wasn't entirely wrong. Except it does, though. You can't have too much water. Name a problem that cannot be solved by having water. Because, you know, I was talking about, like, global warming. It's like, if you have enough water, you could just build a water cooler for global warming. And it's like, well, you're right. I didn't specify that there needed to be a limit. You need to pull up your mold-infested carpets. Oh, oh, that's a good one. Oh, that's a very good one. I was just talking about how I have a fear of that. Ooh. What about that, Jell? What's your answer? Flood it with water enough and the house gets rid of itself. You know what? Fuck your carpets. Fuck your whole house. Drown it all. We're drawing your preferred ship guy even though you apparently can't draw muscly bearded guys. No, I can't. Okay, randomist. I've spent my whole life training to draw cute girls and now you guys expect me- and you guys. I expect myself to draw a muscly bearded guy? This isn't what I signed up for. I was about to say this is entirely on me. But if I blame someone else, I don't have to come to terms with it being my fault. You could write a whole fucking, like, horror game script about, like, no, it's not my fault that my art is bad. It's the masses. The fucking Silent Hill style. You just gotta look at more muscles. They can be buff women too. You're so right. You're so right. You know, one of my D&D characters is currently a muscly goth woman. You know, the complete side tangent, once again, to free myself from this hell. Where is she? Where is she? I'm sure I've shown you guys before, but like, look at that! She covers a lot of her muscle in like cute clothing and stuff like that because she's femme. But yeah, she is meant to be a pretty muscly, strong Goliath, and then she got turned into like a half dragon, so I added that in, and I never finished drawing out the tail because it's a big fucking tail. This is... let me pull up her stuff before that. I never finished it, but this is her outfit before she got turned into a half dragon. As you can see, I gave up on lines. I gave up on that for a while. Like, I should get back into doing line art and stuff, but for now, pencil sketches be like... Alright, what am I doing? Hair. I think I'm almost done with his hair. Oop, wrong thing to be erasing. I might just. Shoop. Volume. And then just make the lines match up. Greetings, Lady Sakura. Nice one thingy. Ah, yup. Card Captain Sakura reference dress. You can just call me a magical girl. That's the point of it. Don't you worry. I'm gonna use this like all of October. You have to understand. Like a fucking like cosplay in the spooky dress up Halloween month. Perfect. Hello, Em. Welcome in. How are you doing today? You're just in time to see me struggle to draw a grown man. I'm trying to work on some sort of like rugged, but not unkempt hairstyle that also shows he's got wavy hair, but is also kind of majestic, vaguely lion-like. Even though more like a magical mom than a girl. Okay, look. Hang on. I know exactly the outfit. This is based off of Card Captor Sakura. Card Captor Sakura, black cat outfit. It's this one. See? It's like a perfect match. It's just, you know, I'm not a 10-year-old girl. I am a grown woman. So it's not the exact same fit, I know. I do not know how to draw buff dudes because I lack water. That's what you keep saying, Jel. But I don't know. How would drinking water fix the issue of me not knowing how to... Never mind. Thanks, Leon. Thank you for the hydrate redeem. I might just extend this out too. Like longer hair in general, because I feel like the longer hair would be pretty. It's at least in part because I think it'd be funny if he had longer hair than his girlfriend and eventual wife. You know, it's fine. She may prefer short hair, but maybe he prefers long hair. You just don't know. You go rest. Good night, Jel. Thank you for sticking around for as long as you did. I know you must be tired. I hope you get over whatever it is that you're sick with soon. Sleep well. You know, I should probably stop drawing soon. I can smell that dinner is being cooked. And then I do have to go to work tomorrow, so I should probably, like, make sure I'm prepared for that. I just want to be off work for the rest of the year. Liv gets a whole month off of work. Why can't I do that? I say as I took, like, 2 week-long vacations earlier in the year. Teehee, teehee, teehee. I definitely don't get 30 days of PTO, though. So I want a week-long vacation, or like a month-long vacation. Ooh. What I need is like a... Ooh, what if I do that long? Ooh, that's kind of cool. Maybe I will extend out the rest of this. Tell my boss I'm a magical girl. Oh, I don't think she'd know what that is. And then I'd explain I have to, like, fight magical monsters and solve incidents throughout the city, and she'd look at me like I grew 2 heads. That's not a job for an adult. That's for 10 to 12-year-old girls to handle, you moron. I'll just have to transform in front of her, bring my entire computer setup to work, and pull out my PNG tuber, and be like, alright, now watch this. Eh? What? To a great thunderous round of applause from everybody watching. Maybe she didn't know what that was. Probably meant, assumed that it meant to work more. No! No! What about being a magical girl? It means we gotta work more. No, 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 no. Like, they're in school. That's not work. Not that I want to go back to school. Oh, no. College sucked. You know that thing people always talk about with unmedicated ADHD and autism, and how, like, you don't have the methodology needed to perform well in higher academia, and then you crash and burn? Anyway. I got my associate's degree. That's what matters. It means I need to work on heroic stuff. True! That's what being a magical girl is all about. Oh, what if I go, like... And maybe I just leave that empty? Even though it seems empty in the space, but, like, I think it works better with it being empty. Or maybe turn into a witch. It depends on the magical series that you're a part of. If you're in Madoka Magica, I'm so sorry. But if you're in anything else, sometimes being a witch is a good thing. That's the end goal. I don't like how high the back of the head is here, so I'm just gonna... Like in Ojamajo Doremi, the main conceit of the plot is that they need to complete their witch training to prevent the witch that they found on accident from being a frog forever. Because if a regular human learns that a witch is a witch, she turns into a frog. Then again, the whole point in Ojamajo Doremi is that, like, they choose not to become witches in the end because they value their human lives and stuff like that. Oh, is that a spoiler? Spoilers for an old, like, I don't know, 20-year-old show or something about 10-year-old magical girls? Sounds like a messed up magical system. Oh, there's plenty of messed up shit in Ojamajo Doremi. It's a very fun, cute slice of life setting about, like, young girls trying to become witches. And there's so many, like, not strange, but just, like, incredibly serious things that happen as they go and mature. You would 100% become a witch. Yeah, I think I'm of the same inclination. I guess, like, the big thing is that there is also immortality attached. And I don't know if I want to be immortal. I think eventually I would like to die. Just after I've lived a fulfilling life, you know? Value human life pretty low. Yeah, I know a lot of people do. My husband made a tofu stir fry today. I'm gonna try some because he dropped it off for me. Well, that's good. Maybe it's just because I'm hungry, but that's good. Being able to fly around in a broom and throw exploding pumpkins at people does sound pretty cool. That is correct. Wilbell is the coolest. Other than Keith Griff. But give her like 30 years and she'll definitely be cooler than Keith Griff. What's cooler than an old man? An old witch. Alright, I think the hair is basically where I want it to be at this point. It's not quite as, like, messy and rugged as I would have hoped, but I do think it looks pretty majestic. So, that's Eagle? Oh, God, look. Oh, wow. I'm hungry. Ow. You know how I popped my jaw from the granola earlier? It happened again. Ah! Ow. Ow. I think I just need to stop chewing on that side of my mouth. Oh, ow. Alright, now the issue is I think with the extra hair volume, he's definitely ended up looking taller than her. So we have to fix this, and I think the best way to fix it is actually probably move her up here. And now we can stretch out the rest of her body. Okay, and now I can just like fill in the gaps using my colors. And I don't even have to go in and fix the line art and stuff. Like, there is still obviously a gap. Like, I'm not denying that. It's just one of those things where it's like, it's not necessary. Alright, see, when you zoom out enough, it's like you can't even see it. Yippee! Now she does look like she's just a little bit taller than him. Perfect. Alright, I finished the hair, I finished the pose, I can go about figuring out how to stylize beards another time. All I really have in terms of, like, the outfit design, I will give you guys a rough thumbnail. I was thinking, like, I originally gave him one of those, like, high collar tunic things. So I think it'd be probably a good idea to keep that. But I definitely want him to have like a cape of some kind. Maybe, I don't know what color is the issue. Because like you think of a cape and it's like a white one is pretty heroic. But if he's an adventurer, that would get dirty real fast. But I do want to keep like the color detail that I put on the old tunic for the younger version of him. And then I think like, instead of just the basic lacing that I gave him previously, it might be worth doing like a full-on like blouse of sorts that's like laced all the way down. And that keeps like the color detail going. And then maybe if I'm giving him the cape, I can do like a sort of like shoulder pad detail, even though I don't want to draw a full suit of armor like he would have because he has full plate. But it's a very heroic look to have the shoulder pads and the cape, you know? And then from there, it would just kind of be like normal belt, is my thought. And then long sleeves, of course. It's not really the thumbnails, I'm just gonna shrink that down. I can draw anything as big as I want if I can shrink it down later. Ah ha ha ha. And then most tunics have like the long piece there that like goes like this, so I would do the same thing there. Belt buckle, and then I think there should be some sort of loop where the sword would normally hang from. Is he right-handed or left-handed? I always forget. I don't know. I guess I can ask. I can just ask the person who made him. But yeah, whatever side is where the belt goes, that would match that hand. So if he's right-handed, the belt loop, not belt loop, but like the sword belt thing would be here, or it can be on the opposite side. Either way works. And then from there, I'm thinking of including like, again, more light armor elements. Like definitely some kind of like leather glove instead of a full metal glove. Just because that's fucking cool. Like, just look at Skyward Sword Link. Tell me he's not the fucking coolest. Not Skyward Sword, Twilight Princess Link, you know? Because he does have that, like, chainmail underneath. That could be another design element that I steal. The good thing with Legend of Zelda's designs is that it's also vaguely fantasy. That, like, you can get away with kind of anything if you try hard enough. There's so much gender envy for the different incarnations of Link. Mood! I remember my first time playing Skyward Sword. There was a period of time where I thought Link was a girl. I saw the earrings and the beautiful blue eyes and like the way the hair framed the face. I was like, is that a girl? And then somebody used him for Link, and it's like, oh, I guess he's not. Darn. And then Breath of the Wild Link goes crazy with the androgyny. Like, holy shit. God, and anytime somebody draws Ocarina of Time Link with like the bangs and high details, like, oh my god, that's so pretty. Ooh, I'm dying. So I think I'd want the tunic to be a little bit longer. And then we could do like a knee pad thing. But I think I definitely want the glove look. Maybe add some more like belts and straps and things. Oh, you know, actually, if it's a lace up in the front, then that doesn't suit what I was doing in the back over there, because it'd be like this instead. I'll have to think on that. Maybe I don't do the lace up. I guess there are some tunics that don't lace all the way. So instead of like, I could either have it be like a blouse or a tunic. Or even maybe I get rid of the lace up and I do buttons instead. That could be something. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. It's gonna be longer than that, so whoosh. Well, yeah, that's like the basic idea for the outfit so far. Just something that like fits as being like heroic adventurer type, but still has like enough like princely royal coding going on so people can understand that that's like royalty if you understand the situation, you know? One of those things where it's like you look at him and it's like, whoa, he's so cool. And it's like, whoa, he's royalty too? Somehow I'm not that surprised. That sort of thing. I guess, like, he's gotta have a regal bearing. So I might look up, like, historical prince outfits and see what I can get from that. I could do that, like, style of buttons that they do on a lot of, like, royal outfits. From, like, the Victorian era, I think, is what it is. Or, like, figure out a way to include a sash or something. That could be interesting. Definitely have to look into it. Alright, but I think, for now, I've been going for about 6.5 hours. I have my food in front of me and I want to eat it. So I think now is the time to be done. I had 2 hours of Atelier Ayesha, then like 4.5 hours of drawing. It's fine. It's progress and that's what matters. I think is the important thing I'm telling myself right now. I originally started with just like the bare implication of the head and the hair, no body whatsoever, no sword and scabbard whatsoever, nothing like that. So that is progress. Even if it's way less progress than I should have from 4.5 hours of work, it's fine. That's what happens when you're concepting things at the same time as you're drawing them. Always prepare your designs ahead of time, kids. You will save yourself so much fucking stress. But alright, let's see. Is there anybody who I'm following right now that is streaming? Not really. Anybody doing art right now that we can raid into? Somebody's doing, I guess, that 2000s character, which is fun. That might be something. Fuck it, why not? Let's go into that, guess that 2000s character stream that's going on. Oh, that's cute. They made a little, like, I think it's a PNG tuber, but they're wearing an elf outfit. I have no clue what they're like, but I'm willing to take a chance on them. So, we're gonna be reading into Aux Machina, that they have the cute elf outfit that I mentioned. Of course, the raid message is going to be get luck bombed, as usual. If you have access to any of the channel emotes from today's gift subs, then I highly recommend using those. My favorite is hyper mode. Otherwise, you can use any of the follower emotes that you have access to. That's it from me! Thank you guys for hanging out with me for so long. I appreciate it. Have a happy new year. Look forward to all the stuff I've got cooking for January and February because there's a lot coming up. Good night, everyone.